this looks good. Good morning. Good morning.
Excuse me, sir, but it's time to goose.
Flutedude just resubbed for 106 months. Hola, señor.
Hola.
Excuse me, sir, but it's time to goose.
0.086 just resubbed for 30 months. Morning.
Morning, thank you. Australian road signs. They look a lot like English road signs. No way. How are you guys doing anyway? Wow, that's some map. Spat out gum decal. God, I tell you what, this game is not looking great, is it, in terms of how active it is? What's this? Thank you for the sub and the streak. They didn't get my wall fixed. We're working on it, hopefully. That's tempting, Zero. Start my two. Mile symmetry was one. Learn them. No map tile up. Progressive map tile upkeep. Increased building refunds. Standard building relocation costs. No building relocation costs. Government subsidies enabled. Government subsidies disabled. Accelerated development point. Progressive development point. Low pollution. Standard pollution. Load service building upkeep. Standard service building upkeep. I mean. Let's just go standard. There's no way the pool map looks like that, eh? Pool's a dump anyway. Thank you. Does anyone see what that error was? With object water source stream, water features prefabs, water source prefab. Error when removing prefab, water source stream. Alright, I think that was that map then. Oh man, I feel so bad for this game, you know. I feel like they just made some bad decisions. The mod manager thing is terrible. Removing the access, just plain access to the workshop. Like, you have to go through this Paradox mods thing. And you can see it's not working. You can see that it hasn't brought the mod community over. Because if you look at the mods that are most popular, they've hardly got any votes or downloads or anything. Or likes. Like, it's just, people are just How many people are playing this game now? Steam active players chart. Is Skylines even on here? Wow. I don't think it's in the top 100. That's pretty sad. Wow. You know what's amazing? Dota is still absolutely massive. It's their number 2 game on Steam. Is it fixable? I think you've lost too much community goodwill. I also feel like Skylines 1 was not like some crazy busted game. I feel like not much was needed. Where the... Well, this isn't.
Excuse me, sir, but it's time to goose.
Norinrad 27 just resubbed for 96 months, nearly at the big undo.
Thank you. What's with these maps, man? Wow.
Excuse me, sir, but it's time to goose.
Oldgerontus 94 just resubbed for 40 months, Pirion on my new television. Pog.
Hello. Man, there sure is a lot of water. Okay. We're in game. That's a poo lagoon right there. First ever city. No, I'm just very sleepy. Oh. Why is it very slightly off? Actually, I like that. That's more in keeping with the style I'm going for. First ever city. I was actually one of the first people that streamed City Skylines 1. I remember, because we had... God, I think they gave me a key, and I started streaming it. I had like 3,500 viewers. They were all people who were used to watching like guys like Quill and those sweaty nerds, you know what I mean? And then they saw me, and they were like, why isn't he trying? What's happening? Appears to be making inefficient decisions. This doesn't compute. Why have we put these roundabouts here? I feel like this is bad. $100,000. So this means that there's power coming in from externally, right? And we could just have... Can't we just buy our power? I can't remember. Like, you can import it, right? We do need agua. God, I've forgotten all the buttons. How do I delete the... How do I delete things? So Virgin Media are supposedly doing work in our area, so expect the unexpected. Man, these are some boring looking shops. God, it runs like shit as well. There's no way you're not connected. God, is it worth it though, Jonas? Is my question, sir. Is it worth it? Those are very much UK style houses. So weird. What is with these overlays, man? Weird. You know, I can't help but feel that one is just in a better place. So the weird thing is, my stream last night had a total of, I think it was 3,500 unique viewers, but it averaged out at 200. People join for like a minute and then leave. Oh, what is that? He brings his dog to work. The Fox Inn pub and the UK small petrol station and the Imokindu pub and the Church Inn and the Heath pub. Excellent. is it so wonky? Those benches don't really work, do they? It's a shame. Did I get new specs? I did, yeah. I got them a couple of weeks ago. I like them. Oh! What's the crack? Lack of labour. Oh. Waiting for ambulance. Oh. Yeah, I needed better reading glasses. I wasn't reading well. You know, I can't help but feel that this game just feels flat compared to 1. Skylines 1 was just seemed to have so much more. Like, the thing I love that they've added is the detailing thing. The fact that you can, like, if I want to, I can come into this petrol station and redo its lines. That's fantastic. Like, you can fanny around with that if you want. That's cool. Change the shape of this lad's garden. I mean, that's just much better. As a player, I want to be able to change this way things look. That's a really good tool. And I think when you go back to Skylines 1 and you don't have that, it feels worse. But at the same time, even though this is clearly a better looking game, what is that? It's like a floating... I say that, and then there's a... That's part of the petrol station. Then you get things like that, where you just think, what's going on there? That's true, John. That could be normal. I mean, there's no doubt that the lighting and the way everything looks... A medium petrol station. Excellent. The way, you know, building the roads and everything like that, they've done a great job there. But the number of problems under the hood and the lack of... After... How long has this game been out for now? I want to say 3 years? City Skylines 2 came out in... Well, yeah, so it's been 24th of October 2023. God, is that all? Either way, I feel like... I mean, these cars just floating in the air. Because when you go back to 1, there's loads and loads and loads of packs and things. And loads of mods. Like, I always enjoyed getting the roads working properly in 1. That was one of my favourite things. Well, this is some bullshit. What are you guys standing around waiting for? What? Whoa, 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 whoa. Why were they waiting there? What is he doing? I thought I could change... Do I not have any kind of traffic modes in it? Really? That was what I missed in Skylines 1, being able to, like, do every lane. Just called traffic? Alright, I might have to get that then. This one. It has 726,000 users, so I assume it's this one. Ah, yes. Lane connector tool, priorities tool. Bosh. I have to restart the game? Fucking damn it. Okay, I'll do it manually. My bad. I thought I was going to do it for me. I feel like they don't help themselves when they bring out things like they brought out a Christmas jumper or a Captain Chirper hat or a Chirper plushie with a captain's hat, and you think, look, guys, I'm not being funny, but I have a feeling people just want you to fix the game. You know what I mean? Like, I'm sure it's different groups of people. I'm sure it's not affecting the speed of the patches. It's just kind of bad optics when you're like, hey guys, we're here to celebrate City Skylines 2 with a Christmas jumper, and you're like, I would like to burn that. Yeah, Skylines 1, you felt they were coming out, we're gonna take SimCity's crown. And then they just sort of, yeah. They were like, I'm I'll be honest with you, I'm just not sure why it's so hard. What is that clashing with? Binding conflicts with the next built-in bindings and will not be active. Can I still use the tool? This is insanity. Good God Almighty. So I'm not a big fan of, like, I don't want to build a Soviet town, if that makes sense. Wow. How can the traffic already be so stinky? Yeah, it's just it's such a shame. Loving this traffic. It'll work its way through, I'm fairly sure. The people turning right on these double yellows is incredible. Can they do this? I don't want them to do this. What they're doing is wrong. Are we attempting the impossible yet again? As usual, it's just remarkably bad. I think it's me chewing a sweet. Can you really not do little pedestrian paths anymore? Why won't it just... There's no way that's too steep. What is this? Oh man, I'm just too frustrated. I mean, it's just... It's been 2 years, you can't even build an overpass? I mean, come on, guys. What are you doing? What are you doing? I mean, there's... pedestrian footbridges exist in the world. And they just... You just can't make them? Really? Right, but it shouldn't be fiddly. It should be as simple as saying, pedestrian footbridge, bosh. But it's just the fact that it's not even a thing that they have added to the game is kind of insane. I mean, that is insane. That it thinks that people need that level of... Do you know what I mean? It's just crazy. It's just, this ugly spider monstrosity, rather than just an underpass. I just, you know... Oh, well, either way, it seems to have cleared itself out now. I mean, that big traffic swell is because that's all people moving in, weirdly enough. So once that is over, you're kind of solving a problem that doesn't exist. So if we're saying that stairs aren't good for people with pushchairs or wheelchairs, you are correct, obviously. But I don't know if people have been out and about, but there are stairs all over the fucking place. As I'm sure anyone who is in a wheelchair will tell you, the idea that access to everything is wheelchair friendly is just, it's unworkable. It's unworkable. But Sophie Rose, you live in the Netherlands where they have solved traffic by saying, what if everyone was on the bicycles as well? And people went, yes, we will be on the bicycles. That sounds like a good idea. I love a bicycle. Riding up and down on my bicycle is one of my favorite things. I mean, there is a railway line in Twickenham, and one of the ways over it is, I mean, there are bridges and things, but there are pedestrian footpaths over. And imagine this is the rail line. It's a set of steps up, a bridge, a set of steps down. There is no way you can get up there in a wheelchair. If you have a pushchair, you're going to have to go up step by step. But the thing is, that's not the only way across the railway. It's just, you're going to have to take a bit of a longer route if you're not able to get up and down those stairs. Now, I realise that that's unfair, but the point is that just because an access way isn't suitable for everybody doesn't mean you just don't build it. Like, it's not helping those people, but it is helping the majority of people. So saying it has to be wheelchair accessible is ridiculous, because it's saying, well then, if we can't build it otherwise, we just say to everyone who would be fine with stairs, sorry mate, some people can't use the stairs, so we can never have stairs. I mean, by that token, you should never build stairs in a new build house. It should just be ramps. It's a bit ridiculous. It begins.
Excuse me, sir, but it's time to goose.
I mean,
Pisle
you know,
123 just resubbed for 72 months.
Thank you.
Morning.
there is no doubt in my mind that having to use a wheelchair to get around is a fucking nightmare. Like, it obviously is, right? But it's also not something that, like, it's not like 10% of the population are in wheelchairs. It's a small number. So if you say we need access at every single point has to be wheelchair friendly, I mean, most buildings will have all kinds of different ways in, and there will be a wheelchair access point, which is, you know, tedious if you're in a wheelchair. You've got to go in this way, and I'm sure it's all fucking incredibly long, gentle ramps. It takes 10 times as long. There's not really a better way of doing it. It just sucks. Having access at all is fantastic, but not being able to build a footbridge because the game doesn't recognize that walking and using stairs is something that most people will do. I hate my city already. I hate it. It's so ugly. I see the beautiful cities people build, and then I look at this mess. How do blind people know where the braille is located on things? I mean, I assume that there are some standards. So you'd know, like, I mean, I know that in the UK we have, for deaf people, we have on the underside of crossings, if you're like, I guess it's if you're deaf and blind, or maybe it's just if you're blind. I can't remember. There's a disc, there's a little piece of plastic that turns, and if you put your finger on it, you feel it turning. And when it turns, that means that the clicker is going, it's time to cross. I mean, if you're deaf and blind, that's a rough... Can you be just out and about and get by? That's pretty hardcore. Can't hear the beeping? It's fair, but I guess they could see the green man and everyone else crossing. I mean, I like it. It's a nice touch, but I'm just wondering, what's its utility? Is this game worth picking up? Honestly, probably not. It's okay. It's just... I think the crazy thing to me is that... first of all, how much is still broken. How badly they seem to have muffed the balancing of things like citizen needs and... You know, just little things like if you have schools and things, they fill up really oddly. Like, there's just all kinds of busted things. I mean, it definitely looks better. And I do love the... a lot of the asset packs are really nice. The shading is really nice. The colors, the details, the sound and everything. the sort of depth of field view that you have, and the detailing where, for example, I mean, I think this is fantastic. Being able to do, what button is it? Is it this? Surface area tool. I can't remember where it is. Oh, I thought it was this. What is this? Didn't want to build this. Pile of dirt. No. No. Well, I guess I could say if you know what you're doing, this tool is nice. Yeah, we made a nice patch of bare ground back there. But yeah, I think if you wanted to, you could. I think you can adjust things like these fences and stuff like that. I thought you could anyway. I know you can do it on some things anyway, like maybe it's under landscaping. But you can reshape things a bit, which is nice. I think I could do that like here, maybe. Isn't this the tool? Just so it's not bare, you know? It's a shame that I can't, like, move that fence. Like, there's really no reason why you couldn't. Like, what I should be able to do is select this fence and, like, move it back here and then add features in. Like, just cars and garbage cans and just have a bunch of little assets like that I can fart around with. That would make sense. Do you know what I mean? And it doesn't... But I don't know if these games have... Like, here's an example, right? Where what I would like to do is expand this out so that this fence comes all the way up to here. But I can't do that. All I can do is expand that concrete surface, which, whilst that's a step in the right direction, why can't I move this fence? Do you know what I mean? Why? What is happening in the game that means that has to be there and this has to be here, and I can't, like, move those things, those assets around? I feel like that's the kind of stuff that I would have liked them to solve. Right, but it doesn't need, I'm not dynamically generating this fence. As he said, it's a static asset. So once it's been put down, it's not doing anything, right? It's taking up a fixed amount of space. But what I want to say is, this fence comes out to here, and this comes out to here, and I want to add some extra lines. I just want to be able to do that. I should be able to do that. I should be able to spend my time farting about and adjusting this building as I see fit. And there's really no reason not to. Why can't I do it? I mean, I'm not saying I should be able to take this building and just like drag the roof up and everything, but the area around the building should be mine to fuck around with, because it's just a bloody car park. I mean, you're already letting me change the underlying textures here. Just let me drag some of these fences out. Let me give this guy a nice big garden. I mean, it's good because you used to get like these little sort of nubbins that were not filled in like that, and it was just kind of frustrating. So being able to come in here and like, oh no, I want to stretch that out to there, but all it is dirt, really. It's not great. We had a lot of fun playing Skylines 1 back in the day. I feel like Skylines 1, with all the traffic mods and everything, just had a lot more to it. Also, I think that one thing that they've kind of locked into is and I think it's because it goes back to SimCity, is that you have residential, commercial, industrial. But to give an example, where I live, there's no industry. Well, there's very little. We don't have giant factory buildings like this. And when you build a new town, you shouldn't need to have literal factories for people to work in, as if we're building cities and towns in the Industrial Revolution. Like, it's just, you should be able to build service centers, like call centers, businesses, factories where instead of just steam pumping out, it's like places where they put sausages together. And I think like that would have been an opportunity to expand, because the idea that you could break down the places that people go as being either residential areas, commercial areas, or industrial areas is kind of, I don't know, I wouldn't call an abattoir industrial necessarily, because you kind of don't want to put that alongside a factory that actually has like iron ore coming in and smelting going on. Like is an orchard, which I know you can get orchards, I wouldn't call that like industry, and people wouldn't mind living next door to industry. What's this? Pyrian tries to build an octagon. God, this must be old as fuck. Nice. God, this is ugly.
Nice jump, Alistair.
Fodel just resubbed for 20 months. Keep you flax.
1,200 subs. Damn.
Nice jump, Alistair.
Woodstove just resubbed for 79 months. Mondo bout.
7 sides. Pretty nice, eh? Is it me or is it a bit off? Idiot. Who is that fucking idiot? I mean, Mondo Bout was our finest hour. But I don't know if we could do the Mondo Bout in Skylines 2. I don't know if it's got the traffic... like Skylines 1, the TMPE, TPME, whichever the traffic mod was so good and so much fun. And it was so complicated. You felt like you could just lose a day just farting about trying to make the perfect one-way Mondo Bout system. Do you know what I mean? I don't know if there's the depth to this yet. This traffic all works its way through. Don't worry about it. That is some kind of building there. Huzzah! Oh yeah, the apartments on the bottom. I also feel like if I had to design the UI for this again, when I get a building like small police station, and you look at the actual core of the building, so let's say there's like, this is empty space, right? There's nothing built on it. Do you know what I mean? This is empty. What I think they missed out on this idea that I don't want to have a fixed 3D asset that is like, it's this shape and you just plonk it down. That kind of plonking that's been a feature of Skylines 1 and is quite limiting in terms of the assets you can put down and how your city ends up looking. I think a better system would have been that when I click on small medical clinic, that it's saying you have to have these fixed bits in this way. But what I want to say is just put the main building in here, and then all these other bits, just try to fill in these gaps, or let me define an area and say put a health clinic in this. I'm going to draw it. I'll draw it for you, and you just put the assets there and I can drag them around, and that would be much better than this. Oh, it has to be 4x4, because it's not a puzzle game. The whole point of the Skylines games is overcome the problems of your city, for sure, but I've never felt that Skylines was about peril. If you want the peril, you add in disasters and all the rest of it. But it should be about how can I give the user the ability to design the exact town that they want. Like if there are some buildings that they're like, you have to be able to fit this building in. So I just, like, if I want to build a police station, I zone it like, all right, this is where I'm zoning it. Like that. Oh shit. I just think that would, oh my god. A fire at the transformer. Okay, well, it should be on the scene very quickly. Yeah, Manlords has that really well. Hairline. Yeah, it's one of those things. And then you get things like this, right? Which is really ugly. But if you go in and start terraforming, it's a disaster. It's a disaster beyond all measure. I'll show you. Somewhere. Can't soften that at all. I mean, what good is that? Really achieved what I hoped. I was just taking it back to normal. Mad. Absolutely mad. I'm not an aesthetic person. That is a tiny park. That's for the kids to play in while their mums are going in and getting abortions at the health clinic. I know where I'm going with this. Yeah, that's because this is 2. This is Skylines 2. See, I do find it mad that I can't put down little like. Oh, I can. That's where the mums sit and watch the kids in the playground. Careful now. Be careful. Who would live like that? What does that symbol mean? Burglar? Oh, crime. Oh, yeah. You know when you thought you knew a lyric, but then it turns out you were way off? It's not a good feeling. There's a song by Fleet Foxes. It ends, if I had an orchard, I'd work till I'm sore. If I had an orchard, I'd work till I'm sore. And you would wait tables and soon run the store. I thought it was, and sing round the store, which sounded much more fun to me. But it turns out, oh dear. There's been a crack accident. Where needs the spoons? Where do you need the spoons? Next to what? Which area? Because we can make that happen. The park. What, down here? There's the Church Inn is there. That's the pub. What deals with these accidents? Who handles that? What is this I must turn right crap? You can't, mate. Just get around him on the outside. See, I don't know if I can even do this, but what I'd like to do is build... I've wanted to do this for ages in this game. Build like a little pedestrian pathway. And then in here, put a tiny park. Road required. See, I don't think you should need a road. That's frustrating as well, isn't it? Has to be on a road. Why? But you can do this where you do park surface creation tool. Where was it? Spaces and areas, park area. And then I should be able to put down little... I don't think people will ever go there, sadly. A little park for people. But they'll never go there. Oh yeah, that's true. I forgot about the brush. Oh my god, look at this car holding up all these people. That's insane. Stuff like that makes you think. So, every single person, like this is, I think, the problem they made when they designed it. It's obviously zones and lines, and you go this way, and the car can go that way, and it can go that way. And there's no sort of intelligence to it because of the nature of this complexity is you need quite a simple sort of system. And I think what people wouldn't want, I wouldn't want, is for it to just simulate the cars, which is what it used to do on the old SimCity, where if there was traffic, it just, that area just spawned like balls that were going past each other up and down, and they were denser if it meant traffic. I like to see every car. I like to see those funny moments where a car that can't get out of a petrol station is holding up a sidewalk full of people. Like, that is kind of City Skylines-y. That's just what it's like. But it's also insane. And it does mean that I can't build a path and tell people, please go into this park. They're just never going to go here. Do you know what I mean? Like, that's kind of a shame, isn't it? Overlapping items. A pile of concrete. We just put a pile of rubble here. I mean, I like the traffic. I like managing the traffic. But, I mean, when people drive like this, you think, well, what could I have done? Like, obviously these pedestrian crossings are what's killing this junction. But again, the difficulty... I know people talk about doing underpasses. But it's really hard. Change the type of road to cut out pedestrians. So the problem with doing that is, and I support your hatred of pedestrians, Mantelope, because when it comes to being a city planner, pedestrians are the very worst thing. Okay? Is that people, like, I've got reasons, there are reasons for people to cross these roads. And if you take away those reasons, they can't get to those places anymore. And I quite like to see them milling about. I can do an overpass style pedestrian crossing, but I'll show you what it's like to build one. So this is the best I've come up with for this so far. All right, so let's imagine that we've got a cheeky 4-lane road like this. We've got another one. Oh, in fact, let's do this somewhere a little quieter. We'll do this over. Hello, Yogs.
Yogscast rated with 163 viewers.
So let's say we have a 4-lane road like that, and then we'll pop a roundabout down, and we have a 4-lane road coming off that way, and a 4-lane road coming off that way. So if we want to have this roundabout run efficiently, we want to get rid of these pedestrian crossings completely. Like, that's what we would like to get rid of, because that way the cars can just smoothly use the roundabout. I mean, you can get bigger roundabouts and all the rest of it. If we popped a little floral roundabout down there, for example, popped a tree, it doesn't change anything. Pedestrians are going to fuck this up. So I think we can edit. I can't remember how we remove pedestrian crossings from a road. Is it under? No. Can anyone remember? There is a way to do it. It's not road services. It's in road services, but it's locked. Road maintenance, temperature, stop signs, no left turn, no crosswalk, tunnel. Forces the network to become a tunnel. Elevated, retaining wall key, grass, trees, lighting, sound barrier. No, like the thing that lets me remove crossings. I thought that was I thought that was just available. I didn't think you had to go through road services to do that. Do you actually? If you click the crossing option in road services, oh, I see. So, you mean like this? So once I unlock those, all right. Well, we're just chundering away anyway. So let's imagine that these crossings don't exist here anyway. If we go to small roads, and pedestrian street, which is what we're basically looking at here. The only way I've found to do it is to have some kind of genuinely hideously ugly like that, which is like a roundabout for people only, supposedly. And then it has to have these huge ramps down. And then, I mean, obviously this is hideous. And then I think I don't want a crossing there, so if we toggle snapping off. I mean, again, the fact that this is this awful to just connect is really just annoying, isn't it? Like I don't want a crossing there. Do you know what I'm saying? Like building this is just nightmarish. The arrow one is one way, yeah, there's like a weird one-way one. But why can't I connect this? Why, when I put down this bit of pavement, does it put this crossing there? I don't want the crossing there. And then I just want this to connect to this, but it won't. So that if you, like, you can't do it with a road. You can build this with the pedestrian path. Let's do wide pavement path. All right, we'll start off at 10. We'll start off at 10 meters. Bosh. So then we want to come down. I don't know why it's transparent. So, to have a pedestrian crossing, you need to have this kind of hideous structure. And I just don't understand why they still haven't added anything in that lets you do what everyone wants to do in this game and build a subway or a fucking overpass for your pedestrians. And it's just like, no, can't do that. Why? Why can't I do that? It's daft. Let me do it. So that would be, like, honestly, if I had to give a list of things that they could do in Skylines 2 to just make it just so much more fun to do, that would be it. Those would be some of my big design things. The ability to place things in a variable sized plot. So to just be able to pick urban primary school and say have a option off that says draw plot. And I draw a plot like in Manor Lords or whatever, and then it gives me a list of buildings that I need to place within that area, and I can place it on wherever I like. so that I can. No, so the problem is there are mods for things like pedestrian underpasses and things like that, but because of the fucked up way that Skylines 2 has been coded, you can't find one that works and doesn't break the node for traffic and everything. Like it's really bad. And there are mods for things like stairs and stuff like that, but they don't really work properly, and you'll find that your pedestrians just don't use it or can't use it, or you have to draw a pixel perfect path for them to follow to use the underpass and the stairs, or they just don't do it. Like, it's bad. So, yeah. I don't know. I feel like Skylines 2 should be the foundation for, like, the next 10 years of City Skylines. That's, like, super moddable, really flexible. I think, in all honesty, if they had spent all their time just trying to make it simpler to place things and modify things and mod the game, they wouldn't need to worry about, oh my god, we're going to push out a new overpriced Bridges and Piers content pack. You would be inundated with modders making stuff for the game. There is a traffic mod, but it's much simpler than the one for Skylines 1, which was honestly struggling with traffic, and Skylines 1 was one of my favorite things. It was just so great when you finally figured it out and built the right ramp or whatever, you know? So they updated the look of it, and they have added this some detailing. For example, like obviously we've got this big area here that's kind of just, you know, I can't fit anything in here. I don't want to put a park in there or whatever. So if I want, I can go to surface area tool, and I can drag this concrete out like this. We could add a So I can really make that much bigger, which is quite cool. But what I can't do is move this fence and like have a fence that goes around the outside. And also, once you've put this surface down, it tends to complain when you put objects on it. But if we wanted, we could get like a bunch of really ugly industrial assets, like piles of crates. Oh! Woo! Go! So that's great. Like you can bosh things down and like you can make an area look really shitty if you want. You can just put down piles of rubbish, and I think there's, yeah, obviously we could put cairns if we so wanted. So these are custom surfaces that you can put down. What is this? Pig spawner. So you can have a thing that just spawns pigs from time to time. There we go. They're just walking into traffic and getting killed. Poor wee lads. There appears to be no way to remove it, by the way. You can't remove the pig spoiler. Once you've done it, you should have thought of that. But I like the fact that you could fart around and do this stuff. I think there's a... Is there a fences thing? I'm sure there was a way to build fences. There is, right? It's not under pathways. But where's the fence prop? That's what I'm saying. Prop under residential or park? I did see that one under residential, but I don't know if this is appropriate. I saw it say fence mode there for a second. I've lost it. Circle, simple curve, straight line, fence mode. What is that interfering with? Can't keep the pigs in. What? That is the shittiest fence. Anyway, we should probably continue trying to build our city. Even though it's god awful. I hate it. Didn't we try going back to Skylines 1 and it was just felt really bad? Do we want to play easy mode to cut down on traffic? I feel like this is fine. I like the madness, in all honesty. San Francisco. Oh, wouldn't it be insanely hilly? Well, it doesn't look like the San Francisco I know. These hills are nowhere near steep enough, but whatever. Nice map. That is a nice map. Nice big area to start with, too. Right. It's just worse or the same. Yeah. What a depressing shithole. I'm sorry. It is. I know it is. One-way angled parking alley. Features angled parking spots and allows traffic in one direction. Angled parking alley. Perpendicular parking alley. Two-lane divided angled parking road. With a divider in the middle. Two-lane divided perpendicular parking road. Angled. What does this look like? That might, maybe for our commercial area we could do that. We're going to try and make this genuinely pretty, alright? It's going to be very difficult to do. Two lanes going one way and one in the other. Works well, especially for turning lanes in an intersection. What does that mean? Ugh. I hate it. I feel like when I think back to Skylines 1, I remember it had an awful lot of funky stuff that you could build that didn't really seem to work very well, but it did feel like you had more that you could do. Do you know what I mean? Even if that's unfair, and actually there's tons to do in this, it didn't feel like there was as much. Yeah. That's true, Drabble. That is very true. Are people still pissed at this game? I'm playing the new Anno, and people are pissed at it sort of unfairly. I think, having read the reviews for Anno, people's problems are the Ubisoft launcher, which... Why do we still have launchers? I don't know. Who knows? It's just... I don't know. It's weird. Having to install that, having to have a Ubisoft account, all that stuff. Like, I get it. But I think a lot of the issues with... I mean, here's the thing, Dr. Nick. People are pissed at every game nowadays. Arc Raiders, people loved that at launch. EU5, I don't think I've ever seen a Paradox game as well received as EU5. Other than Crusader King, someone pointed out that was very well received. Like, they've just seemed to have got it right. It's quite impressive. So I'm thinking for commercial that people can park on this weird angled road thing. think we might still have some shops in there, but they're kind of, I don't know. What I don't want is people crossing the main road to get to the shops. Dwarf Fortress still best game. I don't know how I feel about that. I don't know how I feel about that. My friend Jenny. This should stop the nonsense with them cutting into each other. That is one ugly curve. That's much better. Damn, where are we going to put the poop? The roundabouts get bigger, but they start off, you can only make little ones. You can't make the big ones till Ron. Water. Waterway to have a good time. We could dig a poo lagoon, I guess. Can't tell which way that water's going. I mean, we can make the poo lagoon. The problem is that, well, let's just save the game first. I mean, that could work. They need water. So once the houses are built, that's when you see the traffic come in. Wow, they're leaving trails. I feel like I'm baked. What was that problem over here? Shouldn't be a problem of flooding. A boulder. Because you are waterfront properties. Remember? Couple of boulders knocking about. These are some nice houses. Come on down to Flaxville. You can live by the water, you can go shopping. And then you can spend hours and hours grinding misery inside our factories. Very nice. Well, as far as I'm concerned, everywhere needs a pub. Anything we can do with the terrain here, I wonder. Because got to have a beer garden. Here you go. But I think we should probably put a fence in as well, because that's danger. No. This is definitely possible. Distance. Maybe we need to sort the distance out. That's only going to place 3. No. All right, this is possible. All right, we're gonna fucking do this. Righty-ho. No, we had it. That was it. Oh my god. Why not plunk a load of small bushes down? Well, looks like that's what we're going to have to do. That'll have to do. Hey, that's nice though. No one will use it. That's the only problem. No one will use it. Unless I set it to... I think if we set this to... Oh, is it landscaping areas? Hang around area. There's a chance. Someone went into the pub. Someone came out of the pub. Oh shit, the bed. What do we need? More people. We need workers. Alright. We must build the French style housing. This is the only solution to the problem. So you'd come here and you'd get a pint and you'd sit outside and you'd look and you'd be like, oh wow, look at this, a great view. Found this lovely little pub. They do beers outside as well in the summer. Little medical center there for people. Looks a bit like the French Riviera with these houses. You go to Nice, it's all like that. These sort of blocks of buildings like that. It's quite nice. Yeah, I really like the region pack buildings. I mean, that's the thing. In terms of the prettiness, Skylines 2 is really... When you get your big city really going, it's very pretty. But I feel like some of the core underlying systems are just super busted. I think with a game like this, when you set out to make it, what seems like a good idea, you're kind of stuck with a while later, and you're like, oh no, we're restricted by this thing. And I think that's the big thing to overcome, that I think Manor did better than probably any other game of its type that I've seen, is give you complete freedom to place stuff. And it really feels like you're using up every nook and cranny, and like even things like designing their little gardens and the size and everything. It's just right. It feels good. Like, I think it would be reasonable to say that when I place this asset, it can have, like, checkboxes. Like, do you just want it to be the pub? Do you want a car park? Do you want a beer garden? And I draw out the area. Like I was saying, I draw out the plot. Doesn't overlap with other buildings, that's fine. But I draw out the plot, and then I have a pop-up here that has the assets that go with this building if I want to place them. And you have to place the pub building. That's fine. And I want to, you can reshape a little bit. But then if I want to have the beer garden bit, here's the assets for that. And I can pop them in there. And it's just all there. And you can fit it to that size. And the game just knows, all right, there's like an entry point that you have, which is a thing that was in Skylines 1. I know you could change the in and out point for a building. But like this is silly, isn't it? This concrete bit here, because it just kind of it's you end up with any kind of curved road, it ends up looking like this, where you have these perfectly straight lines like that just wouldn't happen. And I think that is the thing that shit, that's what happened to my wall the other day. So I can do this and like adjust the surface area. But it's still, you know, there's just, it's okay. It's okay. It's a start for sure. That just looks better to me. It just looks more natural. The door. Gotta get some more water anyway. Remember to enable Anarchy if you want to place any props or things inside the footprint of a building. Yeah, Anarchy tends to... I'm worried it's just going to fuck everything up, though. Do you know what I mean? Oh, it suddenly got right cold this week. We'd had a very mild October, November to this point. And now suddenly there's a chill wind. Oh my god! Oh, that looks so depressing. Ugh. Lovely from the front. Christ. Petrol station, fantastic. Cripes. Yeah, well, I got them. Honestly, you've got to have a divider. Otherwise, the maniacs will just fucking turn on a dime. Traffic, you say? Can't imagine that. Not in my town. Maybe it's downstairs. Oh no, it's here. I have this great book called Unbuilt by Christopher Beanland. And it's architectural sort of solutions, if you like, that were never built. And it's genuinely really interesting. Famously, yes, Beanland. I don't know how his name is Beanland, but it is. King's Cross St Pancras Station in London in its early designs, intended to have a airstrip on top. That was their plan, because they felt that gentlemen would be able to fly to work in the city. I'm gonna have to go full screen here. So this is an example of a design that someone came up with for a city area in a city, which is obviously completely insane. That is the proposed towers of the Plan Voisin Ring. Rising over Paris. So that's meant to be in Paris. So the beautiful Parisian skyline would just be completely destroyed. Look at these. I mean, these look like buildings for supervillains, rather than places that architects thought people might want to live. But they really did think that these things, this was the future, was these incredible concrete structures that they were kind of obsessed with. Maglev trains, and I mean, look at this thing. This is the Sheffield mini tram. Doesn't that look like something out of City Skylines? A tram just running over the middle of the city. They just, Oh, here we go. That's the airport on top of King's Cross St Pancras that was they envisioned. It's pretty crazy. Oops. But I think this would be quite a fun thing to try to build some of these forgotten. I mean, they wanted to have the London ringways was something that they planned. This guy in a suit back in the 60s. In the 60s, London was within a whisker of getting motorways that just... They did a video about this on the channel that does the Mapmen videos. I think it's Jay Foreman. Jay Foreman. They do ones like, why are there so few bridges? The further east you go in London, why are there so few bridges? It's called Unbuilt. Why aren't there more bridges in London? And the further east you go, the fewer there are. Like, why? And he did one about the what they call the North and South Circular in London. Here, I'll bore you. Actually, I like being tedious when I'm playing games. So let me just show you. In London, we have the M25, which runs all the way around the outside here, and then you have the North and South Circular. Okay, and that's this road here that says North Circular Road. And then it basically sort of gets to here and merges and carries on up this way. And it's supposed to take you all the way around London. And then on the south side, it's the South Circular Road. And where is it? It goes through Wandsworth? Is it? I thought it was there. People call it the South Circular. Upper Richmond Road, Twickenham Road, Mortlake, Roehampton Way. Well, either way, you can sort of see it, what it was meant to be. So they felt that the M25, which was built years later, that's your way. You're on this side of the line. You don't want to have to go to a mill. You go around the outside. So they've got these rings, and they're going to have these concentric rings. But they were going to be, if you go to when I went to Shanghai. No, it's not on Google Maps. The M25 It's like this vast road. Right, 1, 2, 3, 4 lanes. So it's 8 lanes total, right? And in Shanghai, they have a road that I think is 10 lanes in total, maybe even 12. But it's elevated. And it runs right through the heart of the city. All over the place. So you're walking constantly with this shadow over you of these elevated motorways. And it's horrible. Really horrible. And London was going to be like that. They were going to do that. Luckily, they didn't. Because I think people were like, isn't that just going to, like, cut the city in half and you'll divide communities? And I mean, it's 12, it's like 6 in each direction. I'm pretty sure it's 12. Even if it's only 10, it's insane. And 8 is a lot for something that runs through the middle of a city. So the city is dominated by the motorway and on and off ramps for that motorway. So you're just kind of like living next to this road. And the traffic on that road is unbelievable. It took us, after being on a plane for 13 hours flying to Shanghai, get off the plane, you're exhausted, you just want to go to the hotel. I was like, oh man, I hope it's not far to the hotel. It was like at least a 2-hour drive. So I'm just in this cab for like 2 hours. Just being like, for fuck's sake. Yeah, I don't know why you keep telling me this. I know. Oh, that pub did look fancy, though. Hold on. The UK special buildings are just pubs. Now that is a beer garden. Just pack them in there. I don't give two shits about the quality. I want parking. And I want a beer garden there. Just jam them in. But yeah, anyway, I thought that was interesting. The oh shit, the bed, man, fuck. Help, help. Problem solved. It is mad to me that The traffic is as bad as it is. It's terrible. It'll all work out. It's just people moving in. Whenever you build buildings, you end up with this shit show. I don't think bicycles are in the game yet, are they? I thought Colossal Order was Swedish as a company. The Scandinavians and the lowlanders in like Netherlands and Belgium and stuff seem to have figured out how to design places where people can walk and bicycles can go. Germany as well. Are they Finnish, are they? Maybe they don't have bicycles in Finland because it's so cold. They just freeze up. When in doubt, what do we say? Roundabout. Door! New bike. Yep. Problem is always pedestrians. Look at this shit. The horror, the horror. Horrendous traffic. Might be a solution here. thought I could do that. Upgrade a road. What's the button? That? Replace. Yep, this road is only for exiting. Wow, they sure do want to turn right there, huh? Are these all moving trucks? Delivery van, delivery van, delivery van. Bringing timber. Where are you going, sunshine? You are going to deliver timber to this house. Interesting. How's the poo lagoon looking? Nice. Just shit spraying. Day in, day out. Imagine working next to that. We need to wait for this traffic to die down, which it will. You know, if we made this one way, it would mean that people coming into the city have to use this road and come in this way. Let's check out the numbers. Let's check out the numbers. Let's run the numbers. I did have those potatoes. They were jolly good. A crime is happening. Somewhere a crime is happening. Yeah, a little German police station. Get the job done. Yeah, so you are under arrest for the crime of being a big baby and stealing from people. Look at this horde of people. Oh my god, no. They're all going shopping at once. It's like there's some app these days. Where are you all going? Oh my god. The crazy thing is that there's this much traffic with a population of 2,500 people. How is there this much traffic? There's as many cars as people. Transporting. You're going there. We got a fire. We got a fire. Where's the fire engine? Is anyone gonna put that out? You guys good? Okay. Yep. Yep. Getting some flare-ups. Cool. The new one-way system means they can't get there quick. That's nonsense, isn't it? Because he can get onto this roundabout and just go that way. This is still a two-way road. This is still a two-way road. It just decided to take the motorway. What are you doing, sir? These cars holding up the entire line of traffic to make a UE is killing us. But once this works its way through, we'll be fine. Remember, when you build new houses, the road he spawns on is one way. You're right. You are right. Are absolutely and in every other way correct. I apologize. See, look, it's working its way through. I hate this. How do you remove a roundabout? Like that. It's these filthy pedestrians ruining it for everybody. connects seamlessly with roads, apparently. Is that connected? It's ugly, but I think it's connected. Take the tunnel, folks. The dodgiest underpass you've ever seen in your life. Underpasses are all over the place, yeah. You get a lot of underpasses in the UK, and little footbridges as well. See, this is, again, I'm going to be tedious here, but this is what I want to be able to see. This is a dual carriageway not too far from me. Which way are we going the right way? Yeah. You got these. And then there's another one. Oh, we've gone the wrong way. It's just a raised footbridge. Yes, kiwi fruit. So these don't exist in Skylines. And the footprint that they take up on the pavement is really not that bad. And the reason that it's good is because there is a crossing here. But as you can see, it's not for pedestrians. This crossing is just for cars. Well, this area is just for cars. The pedestrians have to cross here. Further down, people can cross. There's a crossing here for the people that want to go over, but it's quite quiet. But that is like, there's a school there. And so this is to allow people on the other side of the A316 to get to this bit without having to just block the traffic. And it's just mad that they don't exist. I figure that maybe if you're from Finland, as apparently the creators of this game are, maybe traffic isn't a thing that they ever deal with. So they're like, people should just take the train. It's like, yeah, but when they don't, I mean, what is this lad doing? He's just never going. Every single one of these cars comes down here and does a U-turn. It's this divider that's done it.
Excuse me, sir, but it's time to goose.
Irish 451 just received for 58 months. After 6 months of unemployment, he returned to the workforce and the home force. Morning.
Thank you. Thank you. There, now you can perform your ridiculous U-turns as much as you wish. 6 months of unemployment. My God, it's tough out there at the moment, eh? How did newbit like you get so tasteful?
Excuse me, sir, but it's time to goose.
Foul mode just received for 30 months. Curious to play this again if it's been improved since launch.
Oh, that fucking sucks. Can they do that, Irish? If you've got a broken ankle, they can lay you off? That seems bullshit, man. There, problem solved. With a simple one adjustment. I mean, don't look at this too closely, you know? That's all. That is what it is. Is that true, Spaceman from Earth? Are you serious? "24 minutes ago, we have an announcement about the future of City Skylines 2. We'll journey on with a new developer. After more than a decade of successful collaboration across numerous titles that we're both immensely proud of, Paradox and Colossal Order have mutually decided to pursue independent paths, and Ice Flake Studios will take the reins on the development of Skylines 2 at the start of 2026. The decision was made thoughtfully and in the interest of both teams. Before the year end, the bike patch and a first implementation of asset mods will be available to you as a player. You can read more here. We've also shared an FAQ. That is crazy. mean, we'll see, I guess. Am I hopeful? Why not? I live in hope. Don't know why, but I really like that. That really doesn't bode well, though. The thing is, they're moving it to another dev. Colossal Order, I don't know how many employees they had. I mean, Skylines 1 was such a masterpiece. It was so good. And I felt like the amount of mods and the amount of love for Skylines, it just felt so good. And Skylines 2 just felt like undercooked, you know? There was so much about it that was broken. It's a real shame. Pourquoi? So ugly. For the richy riches, you know what I mean? $30 to $35. I suppose the thing is, if you're Paradox and you're funding the development of CS2, you're kind of like, when are we going to have a game? Oh no, yeah, when it's ready. But I feel like Valve can take that kind of time because they also have Steam. But Paradox can't just be like, oh, we'll just wait indefinitely, because then it kind of fucks them over. Do you know what I mean? Like, I understand that people hate the idea of Paradox making any money, but I mean, you can't just fund Skylines 2 forever in the hope that at the end of it you're going to have a game that is as big as Skylines 1. I mean, how long were they developing Skylines 2 for is the question. How long does it take to make what they had at launch? Like, if you look at... No, exactly, David. Like, if you say, oh, they rushed it out. Okay, so it wasn't ready at launch. If we'd given it another 2 years, is this what it would look like? Because if I was Paradox and I'd given them another 2 years, I'd be like, what were you guys doing with that 2 years? I wonder if they just looked at the progress being made and were like, I can't see any progress being made, so maybe we just, you know, ask them to give us what they've got. Just thinking. I mean, we've spoken before about the difficulty with Skylines of, what is this? Castle Ruins. Is that, does it do anything? The famous Castle of San Francisco. Everybody knows it, we know it well. Yeah, it's very tough. I mean, I'm never going to say it. Just make a sequel. Like, obviously, it's incredibly difficult because you've got a hit game. People want the sequel to be more of the same. That's difficult. Yeah, I'm not entirely sure that people just wanted the same level as the first. I feel like any fresh start has to have the core gameplay has to be excellent, and bare bones is fine. People would be like, that's fine. There's modding community, you know, DLC will come in. But a lot of the bare bones stuff for Football Manager, for example, it felt like they didn't even get this. They were like, we're trimming a bunch of stuff back to make sure that the core game is good. It's like, cool, I can live with that. And then the core game is shit and you think they don't know what they're doing and you lose faith. What a higgledy-piggledy lovely mess. Oh my god, that's so lovely. Just when it's got all houses on, you'll see. You'll see. It's all coming together. I know Discord, like, I've never really understood it either. I just feel like there's some core design idea that they came up with that is just kind of messy. And I mean, when you put down a road, let's just do straight roads, right? That works. Right? They can do that. Because then it's like, yep, nice grid. But why is it that it ends up with these hideous gaps? Why does it do that? That's the central problem they've got to overcome, I think. And that was what I was really hoping Skylines 2 would not have, is that, oh, sorry, you're one square off being able to have this size building. Just change this fucking plot. Do you know what I mean? Just change the fucking plot. I don't want it to be this rigid blocks, straight lines and blocks. Because you've got the ability to just like in Manlords, like we keep talking about this idea in Manlords, is what it should be is I get the road and then I zone an area and I just say, all right, I want residential all along this road. And I like, so boundary there, and I want it to come out to here, and I want this to come out to here, and, you know, angle there. And then it'll show all the plot lines inside it, where instead of being, here's my building, and everything that's left and right of these squares is just bare terrain, because that's what looks shit. Because the bare terrain never looks as good as the little settled 3D asset, right? Which is all neatly gardened, it's got all the things on, and then you just randomly have this blob here, or this blob here, or like this bit, which is just ugly bare terrain. And what I want to say is, you see this house here? I want this fence to go to here, and I want this bit to go to here, and just fill it out. And in fact, I want this fence to come out here at an angle, like that. And then for this guy's fence to be at an angle. That's what I want. But you just can't do that. And you can do the I can change things like the earth, but I can't change the asset. And I think that was something that I think a lot of people hoped Skylines 2 would have, is that ability to literally say, all right, this is literally like a little bit of Lego. And if I want, I can just click on this fence and drag it, and it will just extend it. And if it looks like shit, well, I'm the one who dragged it like that. Out of the box, it looks fine. If you want to fart around with it and change the sizes, that's on you. You know, sometimes it might look a bit odd. But so the point is, it doesn't look uniform. I want it to look a little bit wonky here and there. And yeah, the fact it has to be flat, as if everybody's house is on the flat. And then when it does curve, you get mad things like this, where they've got a path that goes up in a curve and then hedge at a mad angle. I mean, look how crazy this looks. Because it's like, no, it has to be there. So yeah, I think my idea for how they handle this is you dictate the plot size. So when I'm building a residential, like, you can do auto. You can stick it on auto, it'll bosh it down like old Skylines. But here's the idea. I then go residential, and I drag it along the road. I say set residential manual boundary, and I go click, click. Like, I could fill all of this in. I could go click, 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 click. And it's like, okay, bam, that's your boundary. We're going to divide this up automatically into plots for you. Here's a sample. And you go, okay, I'm going to move these plots. I'm going to change these lines here, change these, bang, bang, bang. I go, all right, done. Do you want to just auto-populate these houses? You say, I want to auto-populate some of them, and some of them I want to design manually. So, okay, here are the assets for this kind of building at this level. This is what you get to place. And I put down house, garage, path, flower pots, garden furniture, allotment, whatever I want to do. And the stuff that I put down all has to fit within that plot. I drag it around. Doesn't matter if it overlaps. That's on me. Let me allow it to overlap. I don't care if it overlaps. You don't have to tell me it's overlapping. You can't do that. Just let me do it. Just allow me to do it. And I think that the Anarchy mod, which lets you do that, you think, why do I need a mod to let me do what everybody wants to do? That seems like they've missed a core design decision there, which is I don't care if it's not lined up. I want it to look like real houses, real places people live, real shops, real factories, which is a little bit messy. And I want to be able to add little assets here and there. I want to put a pile of bins in this alleyway. Let me do it. Don't tell me it's overlapping an asset. I don't give a shit. Let me put it there. I don't care if it clips. Let me do it. Let me make that decision. And that was the kind of thing I hoped that they would have in Skylines 2. And instead it just feels like there's a bit more flexibility, but it still demands that you place certain things in certain ways and they have to line up with certain things. You think, why? There's no reason that I as a player give a shit about that. So to me, that's one of the biggest issues that they've got, is that lack of flexibility that I, for one, really hoped was going to be much more evident in Skylines. Oh, Christ. Tell me you can put that out. I don't care if these cars are in the way. Did you get it? Looks like it. And stuff like that. I mean, the fact that we have traffic pathing and yet still emergency vehicles don't get priority. We'll never understand. Yes, yes, excellent, excellent. City-states metropolis. Oh, yeah. Ignore the music. The music's terrible, but... Is there any chance this is as good as it looks? By Andy Stark. I mean, God bless you, Mr. Stark. Mr. Stark, I don't feel so good. Because this looks impossibly good. Oh my God. I mean, you know, has he made anything else? Steam developer. Owner and founder at City State. He's Italian. Has there ever been a good game that's come out of Italy? I don't mean, there's no shade. I'm not having a pop at the Italians. I'm just saying. It's these fucking U-turn dickheads. How did they do on Steam? I'm going to look up City State. City State 2 came out in 2021, mostly positive. So this was a solo developer.
Excuse me, sir,
and he got to a certain point and then abandoned it. Presumably
Sul
because he wanted to
44
work
just
on
resubbed for 3 months.
his masterpiece. I wonder if it would be better if we had straight road up and down here and some other kind of access to this commercial, because it's kind of killing me, these left turns. A lot of it is just these fucking pedestrians. Like, the pedestrians are killing us. They're killing us. Bocce ball is pretty good. It's valid. See, what I was thinking was, if we got rid of this commercial area and integrated shops more just patchwork rather than this kind of mall-style blob. Because I feel like having this mass of pedestrians heading for one area is always what leads to this trouble. But then having a city area, a sort of shopping area, is good for public transport. Like, you want to build a nice big fat mall that you can get to by train. Maybe we take away this commercial and just add commercial areas dotted around rather than this kind of, here is your commercial. In fact, we're going to do that. See what that looks like. Oh no. Run! Run! Don't look at the traffic that's going to be coming through in a bit. Just don't look at it. This is especially bad because we've just built a load of stuff and they're all moving in. I'll keep saying that. It is true. Is that just there forever now, do you think? Or will they eventually just die? Lord. Oh my god. When it says dispatched, is he doing his job or not? Because I feel like he's decided he can't... This guy's just getting out and having a look. Oh my goodness. So many pedestrians go to this petrol station. Chad Lane. Oh no, it doesn't say Chad Lane. These lads are on the slopes. Cool. Stay away from the bottom of the garden, kids. Be careful. Don't roll into Mr. Jones's property. I do like that. But I hate that. Ugh. Yeah, let's just see what happens. No, it's solid granite. Hardy. See, I'm going to connect to this motorway over here. Thusly. I'm also going to make sure that the industry has access to the motorway without having to go through town. So, highways and byways. Oh, we haven't unlocked them yet. Alright, well, we'll get there. A robber could jump off that cliff into that house's yard. So you're telling me that you think the thing that's restricted... Good luck getting into these. Wow. Good Lord Almighty. There's a Liz Claiborne outlet near there. I know you like her blouses. How do you know I like Liz Claiborne's? Many of the blouses you wear are Claiborne's. How do you know that? It's my job to know that. It is definitely not your job to know that. Imperial to Benny, it did not get fixed. I do still enjoy the game. It is janky as hell. You just kind of got to put up with that. I mean, I'd love to put a park in here. Cozy Lane. Enjoy. Could put up something over here as well. Oh my god, a lighthouse. Honk! There's got to be a pub next to the lighthouse. That is the Imochnidu pub. Imochnidu means, of course, lighthouse. This place absolutely does not look like a nightmare, as you've so cruelly put it. If you go to Pigeon Street, here are the people you could meet. Here are the people who could say hello, goodbye, goodbye, hello. Pigeon Street, their wings, wings beat. Beep boo on Pigeon Street. Quite right. Quite right, Laser Corgi. Been saying it for years. Wait. What's going on here? Yet again, these filthy pedestrians are ruining everything for us. Like ants. Oh yeah, gosh, you're right. Like I completely forgot. I fucking completely forgot about that. Roundabout, 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 round, 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 roundabout, 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 round, 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 roundabout, 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 round, 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 round. I mean, why wouldn't you put a roundabout there? The roundabout is not merely a good invention, it is a great invention. I'm pretty sure we came up with it. What on earth? Instantly solves problems. What we got over there? That looks like the double gonad. Is that one?
Excuse me, sir, but it's time to goose.
Thank you.
Black Flexible just resubbed for 4 months. Letting PFlax know we have been subbed for 4 months.
Thank you. It's jolly kind. There we go. New routes in and out of the city. For the bold, adventurous driver. The Mondo bout. The Mondo bout, imagine if you will, a racetrack. Okay? And I'm talking like a very serious racetrack. That's the Mondo bout. I mean that is for our downtown area. When we build our downtown area, which will probably be like over here or something. The Mondo bout is a gigantic oval roundabout. Mondo bout actually, because it only goes in. There's one like it's just the Mondo bout, all right? That's all it is. And it's zero, no speed limit, no stopping, just insanity, unbelievably fast. It's a powerhouse of transportation. Super loop. As you say, you can't call anything that just involves wheezing old London buses as a super anything. Super loop. Get out of it. Doesn't this, the ones that have commercial underneath and houses on top, don't they suffer with access problems? We'll find out, but I'm pretty sure I have to do something involving an alleyway or something like that. Yeah, that's same shop in every single one. Tiny Toys, your ad here, Ocean Sport, everything's cheap. Damn, that's a big bridge, ain't it? I guess that's meant to be the Golden Gate Bridge. The problem is, you can see it. And as everybody who's been to San Francisco will tell you, that's Alcatraz. As everyone who's been to San Francisco will tell you, you never see the bridge. If it's any kind of decent weather, like summer or anything, it's hidden behind this marine layer. They call it the marine layer. It's like this fog that sits just at the level of the bridge. So when you're driving, it's okay, but you cannot see the top of it. It's just covered in fog. It's really something, actually. There's no way they need offices. Come on, really? That's true, Scraff. They call it the Britain's biggest car park, don't they? The M25. I mean, it's you generally want to avoid it, but what it does, it's all right. What have you got here? Black Fleece Bill. Is that an old clip or a new clip? Avoid the tunnel. Avoid the tunnel. I will say this for the M25. As someone who's driven through London multiple times, I'll take the M25 a lot of the time. A fresh clip, of me describing the Mondobelt? I'm pretty sure we have clips of the original Mondobelt. It would have been a few years ago now, but it was pretty hype. Best description. Those are some nice apartments. Nuts. Welcome to Hillside High, kids. Well, it's as good as it gets, I guess. Other cozy, because Cozy Lane is a hell of a place, I tell you. Careful, folks. Can you imagine? If you dropped a penny off here, it's going to kill your neighbour in their garden. Ah! Just hide it. You conceal it. No, it's all built on granite. There's no erosion in Flaxville. We established this as part of the town charter. Well, so far, so good. This is the Art Deco style, Rackham and Packham style accommodation that the French apparently came up with. Vive la France! All the way down this narrow avenue. Eh putain, zut alors! Crikey! upsetting. Very upsetting. Seems to be the problem here. Again, this is just lots of people moving in. Because you don't get this level. There's only 5,000 people in this city. I mean, as you can see, over in this area, now that it's settled down, it's fine. A little bit of traffic, but I mean, geez, it's a busy, bustling, small town, or whatever they call these places. You don't really want these long, unbroken stretches of accommodation, because that's how you end up with cars stuck on a road and no chance to turn off. But at the same time, if you give them too many junctions, you end up with this. Ants, cars, roundabouts, just buggered. Ah! And there it just deletes them because it doesn't know what to do. I reckon if we made this some kind of a little one-way square, it would solve some problems. I don't know which problems. Solved any of our problems. In fact, we are at a little state of existence I like to call logjam. This is bad too. Hey, but it matters not. We're making money. It's the U-turns do my head in. But look at the insane people here. Can I say no U-turns? Just crashed. Well, so it's still not in a great place. We'll say. It just crashed the game. Oh well. I'll be back later. I hope you guys can join me then. Cheers for watching. Take it easy. Peace out.